What's going on, people? All right. Sorry, I might be yelling into the microphone a little bit. Okay. 3rd and 8. There's 13 minutes left. The game just started. Oh, we got a little bit of an echo. Okay. Anyways, Miami got the ball first. Beck's been pretty fine with the ball. There to oh, okay. Okay, 4th down. Okay. Let me explain what we're gonna do on the other side of this break. Okay. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please hit that like button. Let me explain when we get back. All right, welcome in, guys. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's get this thing started. So, here is what we're gonna do with this stream. Here's the goals that I wanted to do for the stream. I was thinking about it, and I've noticed that when I'm doing a watch party, what is better for you guys? Obviously, when I give my reaction. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Woo! Okay. All right, but here's what I'm thinking is I thought why not instead of doing a play by play because I don't know. I don't think a play by play what would be better for a play by play, and this is my own personal thoughts and reactions to just sports social media as a whole is if you want to cover or give your thoughts and analysis on anything, you have to be very specific and you got to be careful so you don't get copyright claims. I think what would, if they weren't so strict on copyright claims, what I'd probably do is I would probably take, hold on, where's is it this one? Yes. Is I'd use this image right here and I'd have it be about this big, but then I would have the game and what I see right here. But because that's not what we do, it's not going to be like that. So, what I was thinking is, why not? Because this game is going to have a lot of them. Why not during commercial breaks? Come and give my thoughts. Come give my reaction because my reaction to a game is probably not going to change too much between. I mean, like, for example, I'm going to talk about the start of this game, and I'm going to talk about, okay, what is, like, look at this. Fernando Mendoza, first 2 college football playoff games, 8 touchdowns, 5 incompletions. I could talk about that, and I could give my thoughts, and I could then talk about the Alabama game, and then I could talk about the Oregon game, and I could give a reaction to it during commercial breaks. But then when we watch the game, focus on the game, and then give my thoughts on, hey, did you notice this 2nd down? Did you notice this 3rd down? And so as we come back to it, where it is 12-16, Indiana's first drive of the game, 0-0. Indiana is pinned deep in their own end zone on the 5-yard line. Mendoza keeps it, throws it out there to Cooper. Oh, Cooper with a hell of a move. He ducked under the guy, and then he got a 1st down. Instead of doing like a play-by-play, we can watch the game, we can enjoy the game, and then I can come back and just give my thoughts. Oh, they're talking about impact players being Becker, and then on the defense, Scott and Bain Jr. Are we surprised? So, I'll put this screen up and I'll have the score, and then I'll give my thoughts and reactions during timeouts and commercial breaks. So, it is 0-0 right now, and Indiana, just like Miami, they've both started out with the 1st down. So, be sure to let me know your guys' predictions in the chat and in the polls. Who do you guys got winning? Right now, I don't even know. I don't even know who can win this game. I really don't. I'd be an idiot for picking against Indiana, but at the same time, Indiana's never won one. Miami has, so there's parts of me where it's like, it's all about the U, baby. So, anyways, hang tight. I'll see you guys after. Indiana's probably getting points. Oh, great stop there by the D. Oh my. Whoa. Spilling over into the sideline. Hello. All right, but I'll see you guys in a sec. All right. Welcome back, people. Welcome back. Okay. As you guys can see, let me fix some things here real quick. Oh no. Did I mess it up? I messed it up. Oh, chaunt. Oh, damn it. All right. Okay. It is 3-0. Let me change the score here real quick. You know what I want to do? I want to put a 3 right here. And then can we put another text and put a... Maybe I can do that. Hold on. Let's mess with something here. Hold on. And then what if we go 0? Well, what if we go... Hold on. No. Need a little bit of space. There we go. How does that look, people? Huh? How's that look? That doesn't look too bad. I'll go here. There we go. All right. Yes, that looks, phenomenal. That looks phenomenal. Okay, let me tell you everything that happened in the last handful of drives. Well, let me fix something here. I forgot we are live on all platforms. Hello, everybody. If you guys are enjoying the stream, be sure to hit that like button. Okay. All right. Let's talk about what we just witnessed in the final last couple minutes. Okay. Here's what's going on, and here's what I have noticed from the last handful of series is that something I'd be a little concerned, but not too much. Physicality so far, I would say, is one thing that stands out to me the most in the game. Right now, there's 2:35 left to go in the first quarter. One thing that has... Okay, number 8, whoever number 8 is on Miami should be out of this game. It was a targeting, crown of the helmet right into Mendoza's chin. You can see Mendoza's got a bloody lip. Signetti's lighting up the official. Official don't give a shit. Of course, the official missed it. Which I'm not trying to be a homer for Indiana here. One player from Miami is getting penalized on a targeting call against Ole Miss, and everybody's like, no, he should be playing in this game, But, we're making him sit out this whole first half of the game. Anyways, all that to say, the physicality as we go, they did the kickoff, pretty decent return. We're back to square one. We're back to a commercial, but the return... I mean, the physical presence of Miami Hurricanes defense right now is being felt, and clearly so, because Mendoza is taking a licking. The dude has been hit like 3 times when the ball's not even in his hands or in his direction. I would say if there's one thing to note right now is that, and exactly that just the physicality of what this game is turning into is turning into a game where if this thing, would hate to see, I think it's a little, oh, okay. So we're gonna play that way because Miami's getting after him. Miami is getting after Indiana. Now we'll just see how the remainder of this game goes. Mendoza leads a drive down the field. So far, he is at 62 passing yards. Beck is still under 10, but again, Beck has only had the ball twice now. I think because the last drive, I will admit, in one of the commercial breaks, did not. Here, let's go to all plays here. Here we go. Yes. Punt, field goal. And then their drive is about to start. So, physicality being a huge force in this game so far. I don't know who has. Let's see how Mendoza. Let's see how Mendoza responds, because I'm gonna be honest right now. I have not seen any team all playoffs be this physical with Mendoza. The only team that was this physical with Mendoza was Ohio State, and that game was closer than Hoosier fans probably want to admit. So we'll see. We'll see how he bounces back. Which I guarantee you, they're gonna just hold down the fort, keep things how they are, keep riding high. Let me know, guys, in the polls who you guys got out of Miami and Indiana. But we're gonna just hop back into. We're gonna hop back into. Wow, look at that! What a flashback. Hello. We got tuned back in, so I will catch you guys on a commercial break. But right now it is 3-0. Hoosiers take the lead after a field goal. Let's see if Indiana can match the physicality. Let's see if they get after Beck. Kind of do a blow for blow here in this boxing match. All right. Whoa. Hello. Hello. That's my phone charger. All right. Whoops. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Losing my phone charger there for a minute. Okay. All right. Let's get back into what we are looking at. Okay. What are we looking at? Let's set the stage here. So we're at the end of the first quarter. Right now, the score, as you guys can see, is 3-0. How did we get here? Well, one thing that I think stands out right now, defense. Both defenses are getting after it right now, and I think the physicality, I lean towards, physicality-wise, I'd lean towards Miami, because Miami has been getting some good licks in on Mendoza. Beck still not putting the ball in harm's way. He's still only passed for 9 yards. Now, what's going on right now is, I think, yes. Indiana just punted the ball back to Miami. And so when we start the second quarter here, Miami is going to get the ball first. Since the last time we talked, what has happened is Miami had the ball and they had a quick 3 and out. Indiana's stud linebacker was able to sniff out a screen, stop it there. I think 2 of the plays were intended to Tony. Right now he's leading the receiving charge for Miami with 9 yards, which not good. Fletcher is also getting involved in the run game, because I think, kind of like how a lot of people predicted coming into this game, Miami's going to try to establish the run, but Indiana's been able to shut that down and stop those efforts. Now, another thing, sorry, I keep freaking touching my face. I need to stop touching my face. Something that is clear, and I'm not cherry picking this one, I saw it on the screen, and so I'm going to elaborate a little bit on it, like how I said that I would elaborate on some talking points. This first quarter flew by so quick. But one thing that, hello, someone's trying to throw for $1 million in education. Hey, it's Marty. Marty got one. Okay. But the this whole playoff for these past 3 games, what are the yard averages for the Hurricanes? It's above 90. It's hovering around like that 98, 97 range. Oh, actually, Miami doesn't even have the ball yet. They're punting it currently. So we're going to let the punt play out, and then we'll put the stream on ice for a little bit, and then I'll see you guys at the next commercial break. Oh, clear recovery. Here comes Tony. He slipped up. I think he was down. I don't know. Okay, he gets around the 43 yards. Okay, pretty decent return. It looked like he was down, but gosh, I had a that's the thing that I was going to talk about. Oh, now they're playing the replay. Oh no, he's down. Okay, yeah, he was sitting down. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy for thinking he was down, but the thing that the graph showed is the averages of yards in the first quarter. Oh, what's another one? Miami first down in first quarter, fewest in national championship history since Notre Dame 2013. Indiana, first team to score in the first quarter versus Miami. Oh, wow. So no other teams have scored in the first quarter. It gave another team, probably first team all playoff, maybe, but yeah. Well, and it's funny, that's a nitpick stat because Beck and the Hurricanes have only had the ball, like both teams have only had the ball twice. This game has started out really quick with regards to, hey, you get the ball, no, you get the ball. Just because clock's been running the whole time and we're already in the second quarter. But anyways, back to, enough of me rambling. The thing that I was going to talk about is averages and how when you look at Miami's yards average in the first quarter, they had 18 yards. How many have they averaged throughout this whole playoff? over 90. And so that's one thing to put into account. Is Indiana's defense with Fisher and everybody. They're getting after it. They're wrapping up. They're making good tackles. And they have caused... let me look at their... what's their third down? Yeah, 0 for 3. They have not converted on a third down yet. So, yeah, both teams are struggling on the third down. Physicality, I'd lean towards Miami. But as we start the game and game's going and it's 3rd and 2... Nope. Make it 0 for 4. Nobody can convert on 3rd down. It's going to bring up a 4th and 2. I'll see you guys on the other side. Well, let's get back to it, I guess. Let's go over here. Put that down a little bit. Okay. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Welcome back. So, we are in the second quarter here. What are some things that we are noticing? Is both teams are struggling on 3rd down conversions. We just noticed it here because Miami loaded up quick. It was a 3rd and 2. Okay, let's punch this up the middle to Fletcher. Let's set the tone. Let's establish that we have a run game. And that front 7 for the Hoosiers was able to get after it, stopped them. So now it is 4th and 2. And I think they either went to commercial break, which is why we're here, or they're about to have a punt because they called a timeout or something. Maybe a TV timeout. I don't actually know. But right now, okay, IU's going to start on the 15. It is 1st and 10. Right now, let's go look at, you guys know that I love the line. Here we go. Look at this squiggly line here. The 74%. We're looking at the little graph here. All the lines and stuff. Right now, 74% for Indiana. 25% for Miami. I would say right now the reason why Miami is not keeping up in this game and struggling is due to the fact that how many first downs have they converted? Well, okay, they have 1. They have 1. I'll give them credit on that. You know when that was? That was on the 2nd play of the game or something. Oh, I think we're back because we're seeing a highlight reel of Kirk Signetti giving his side eye. But this is a big stat right now that I think is prominent in this game already. At the start, I don't know why it's highlighting everything. But 0 for 4. The U is 0 for 4 on 3rd downs. Both teams are struggling on the 3rd down. But the U in particular, Miami is able to get them off the field. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know it's been kind of a quiet one and a quick one, but be sure to let me know who you guys got in the polls. Right now, Surratt is running up the sideline, pushed out of bounds. There's another first down. That's one thing too. Indiana is dominating, so this is going to turn into a 6 real quick. But Indiana is able to, they're getting drives and sustaining drives and keeping the ball moving down the field. And the only thing that Miami can do to try to combat that is try to rip his head off. Because, whoa, this has been a feisty game. And I think not only is it being a feisty game, I think the refs are letting them play. And Miami still, great shot over the middle. Incomplete, though. Is Miami's trying to set that tone. And I think Indiana's going to settle in here and figure some things out. But let me know in the polls, guys, who you guys have. And I will see you during the commercial break. All right. We might see our very first touchdown of the night. The Hoosiers have been marching right down the field. There's about 6 minutes until halftime. Let me pull up. Let me show you guys what we're looking at here. Okay, so the Hoosiers have had a really, really decent drive. This previous drive has been over 10 plays. It's chewed up the majority of the clock here in the second quarter. Let me show you. Let's go to current drive. Look at this. 11 plays, 85 yards, 5 minutes. Okay. We are going to, because we're all the way caught up to, they called a timeout. Miami's calling a timeout right now. You can tell the emotions are really high for Miami because, I don't know, like it showed a little bit, they're, a lot of high emotions getting after each other, which it is what it is. But right now, Black, I would say Black probably scores a touchdown. I don't know, but I don't see there being any pass here. I think they're gonna just go right back up the field again, because Black right now he has 7 carries in this game, and if you guys look at the stats, 43 yards. Mendoza 104. Again, Miami. Where has Miami's offense been all game so far? That's a great question. In fact, that's a damn good question because they don't know where it's been either. They've been asking all game. They have not converted a first down yet. They've only converted one. They've only converted one first down, and every single time they have gotten the ball, they've had it for about 5 seconds, and then they give it right back, because one stat that is starting to stand out now is time of possession. 17 minutes compared to 6 minutes. And so right now, as we go back here, 3rd and goal, ball's on the 1 yard line. I'm going to say there's probably going to be a touchdown here, and it's probably going to be pounded right up the middle. So I will see you guys after this touchdown as Miami's going to go down 10-0 here in the national championship. Tune in again. Up the middle. Up the middle. Beefy boy. Touchdown. Okay, here we go. Fletcher. Ooh. I don't know about the spot of that ball. I don't know about the spot of that ball. That ball looked a little short. Okay, 4th and 1. Turns into a first down. Beck. Wide open. We're at the 40. We're marching in. We're not going to do any more commercial breaks. I will see you guys. There is 3 minutes left in this game. I will see you guys at halftime. Okay? There we have played this song and dance before with sports where you know what? We're gonna have a 2-minute timeout. We are gonna have some scores where Miami seems, we can't get anything going, and then they put some points on the board. Like, look at this number. This was at 85. Again, the number doesn't mean shit. We know that. But want to let you guys know, yeah, there's 2:30 now. They're going to have a 2-minute warning, 2-minute timeout. So, okay, good. I'm not muted. See you guys in a little bit, and I'll give my halftime report. But let me know in the polls who you guys got, and I'll see you at halftime. Excuse me. Oh, where's my... Hello. We gotta mute. Y'all, I just saw the coolest thing, and I'm going to try to pull it up if I can a little bit later in this halftime report. We have a goalie fight. There was a goalie fight between Alex Nedeljkovic and Sergei Bobrovsky in the Sharks and Panthers game. I'm going to try to find a way to show that. That would be fun. But we got to give the halftime report to this wonderful national championship game that we got going on right now between the Indiana Hoosiers and the Miami Hurricane. So, if y'all were wondering, I had no dog in this fight. I think both teams deserve, both teams, it'd be cool to see how either team would win, considering the level and the stakes of how... You know what I just realized? I'm a little off center. Hold on. Let me move me a little bit here. That was a little distracting. Okay, there we go. But both teams, I mean, you think about it with how Miami, everybody was dogging on Miami, and everybody said, Miami shouldn't even be here. The ACC is dog shit, blah, blah, blah. And then, would you look at that? Miami went through one of the top... Oh, hello. I just realized something. We got to put this over here. Miami just went through one of the best teams in the SEC. The runner-up in the Big Ten. And then another runner-up, one of the best teams in the SEC. So 2 SEC teams and the runner-up in the Big Ten. But Miami doesn't deserve to be here. Miami sucks. Get them out of here. The ACC is a terrible conference. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total, complete sense. Okay, let's get into our halftime report here, and let's talk about what I saw on full display and what I thought this first half was. My own personal thoughts, reactions. If you guys have a hot take, be sure to let me know in the comments section as well. Let me know in the polls who you guys got. I'd love to hear if you guys are rooting for the Hoosiers or if you guys are rooting for the Hurricanes tonight. Be sure to let me know. Right now, as we sit, when we look at our fun little squiggly graph here, look at this. We are sitting now, this is the peak. This is the highest it has gone all night. We're sitting at 87.8% for Miami. Hey, you know what was also sitting at 87.8%? The Packers when hello. Echo. It almost feels like an echo when that happens. Sorry, people. Okay. Just got to make sure the music is going, but not drowning me out too much. Okay, you know what else was this high percentage-wise when they played? The Packers and Bears. Do we remember how that game went? Yes, I do. So I don't think the percentage matters too much. And then when you look at the game, as the game is right in front of your eyes, guys, it is a 10-point game. This game is not over. This game is nowhere near over. You know who gets the ball first to start? Well, who does get the ball first to start the game? I think Indiana does. Hold on. Doink. Miami's field goal misses off the. Miami. Miami gets it because when we look, Miami started. They did a quick, not a quick 3-and-out, but they got a first down on their second play of the game. They got a first down on the second play of the game, and they didn't get another first down until the waning minutes of the second quarter. That is something that is a little concerning if I'm a Miami fan, because you need first downs to win football games. And if you're not getting first downs, you're not going to win the game, period. End of story. But then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So both teams have gotten it pretty even. There have been no turnovers, which I'm going. If I'm going to be honest, I think turnovers could be a big factor here in the second quarter. Because what if? I mean, we've seen huge turnovers up until this point. I mean, Miami won their game against Texas A&M at the goal line, sealing it with a game-winning interception. Indiana started their game against Oregon with a walk-off pick six. Walk-on. Wouldn't it be a walk-on? If a walk-off is how a game ends, how does a game start with a walk-on? I don't know. Just fun, stupid analogies that you can use and language that you want to choose. So, what's going on, guys? What's going on? Be sure to hit that like button. Let me know in the polls who you guys got. Right now, I know it seems Miami's, within fighting chance, but we'll just see for the rest of the game. Right now, I'm thinking Miami gets back in this game. Like they have to. There's no way that this game ends 17 or 20 to nothing. There's no way Miami lays a goose egg. They're going to score. We saw this in the Texas A&M game where Miami's offense was pretty pitiful all game. But then when it mattered the most, they were able to turn it on. I will give credit to another thing with just how Miami's offense has been this whole game. What was one thing that was a big standout for Miami before halftime? Their last drive before half. I think when you look at the stats, okay, the majority of their first downs, they only have 3. That is a concerning stat. But 2 of those 3 came in that final drive before halftime. If I'm Coach Cristobal, am I going for it? Yeah, I'm going to go for it again on 4th down. They are 7 for 7 on 4th downs in the playoff. 1 for 1 today because they went for it. Fletcher got the first down. You look at it, you slow it down, you watch it again on replay. It looked a little, I don't know, maybe Fisher got him there at the line. But I think, this is the national championship. I think there was, after they missed the field goal, hold on. Oh, there was still 33 seconds left. Well, okay, maybe, because I'm thinking you missed the field goal around the 50, you have 33 seconds left. Because I know Mendoza, they started to march down the field, but Signetti didn't call any timeouts. He was kind of content with how the game was going. And then they went into halftime, and it's like, okay, whatever. I would have gone for it. I would have said, hell, you know what? We need a spark. We need something here. Let's put this ball in the end zone. Let's run it up the gut one more time. Let's give Fletcher the ball. I'm not surprised, though, that both teams, excluding the handful of runs that Black did to get them that touchdown to make it 10-0, the running game has been awful today. Both teams have not been able to establish the run and get it going. I think that's going to change, though, in the second half because I have a feeling that this is going to be something where it didn't work in the first half, but if you keep tick, tick, tick away at it, eventually it's going to solve itself out. But I think another stat that should probably be talked about is, and it's why the hell is Marcus Freeman here? Oh, you know what? I wouldn't have gone, dude. If I'm Marcus Freeman, I'm not coming to this game. They picked Miami over your team. Why are you here? He's probably got to show good graces, though. Like, oh, okay, let's talk about Miami. I mean, I wouldn't. You guys want to... Oh, it's a little windy. It's a little windy. Coach Saban's papers, they're moving around. Must be a little windy. But I don't think the wind would cause any effect here in the second half. But I'm thinking just with where the game was at, where it was sitting, you have to go for it. They don't go for it. They kick the field goal. The field goal doinks off the upright. And we sit, where it is 10-0 instead of 10-3. I'm not putting Miami out of this game at all. I still think Miami has a huge shot to win this game because they come out here. You know what I've noticed too with the level of physicality, and maybe it comes with getting rid of the ball quicker. Uh, Nobody's been hitting Mendoza. Maybe they've been warned, and that's why we haven't seen it lately. But from the first 2 or 3 drives, Miami was getting after Mendoza. Like they were hitting him late. They were being cheap. I mean, there's the one where number 8, which let me look up who number 8 is. I don't actually know who number 8 is off the top of my head. You also got to look at the dude that got ejected last game for targeting. He's back in the game, so maybe he could have an effect here in the second half. No, that's 18. Let me look. 1548. Jacoby Thomas. Jacoby Thomas led with the crown of his helmet and just absolutely whacked Fernando Mendoza in the first half. He didn't get ejected, which I guess targeting doesn't matter. Whatever. Again, ticky-tack bullshit play. But I don't know. I think, yeah, I have noticed Miami's physicality has not been in the forefront. Now, granted, Indiana still can't get the run going because there was that one play where Mendoza pitched it out to Black, and it was a tackle for loss, like a loss of 2. Like Bain was there to swarm it. Torres also getting after it too. Like you look at the tackles, he has 6 tackles. They're just getting after it. Both teams are getting after it. But I think with where this game right now is currently hanging in the balance. There's parts of me that believe and would have to believe, which I haven't even talked about Nowakowski's. Sorry, I haven't even talked about his touchdown, which it's like, whoops, we forgot about it. Becker had a sick play to get down to the 2-yard line as well, and it's not even here. But yeah, Becker caught one, tight-roped the sideline, and then got knocked out at the 1, which put him into the position where the fullback comes in. We just do a power eye up the middle. But there's parts of me that think that if Miami wants to get back in this game, and this is kind of the sentiments that I'm going to leave here, because I think the second half's going to start, so we're going to wrap up the stream on the shorts end. So guys, on the shorts end, if you want to follow along during timeout breaks, I'm giving my thoughts and reactions to what we're seeing, kind of like a drive-by-drive analysis. Not talking during the game, talking when we're all tuning out during commercial break. If you guys want to come over there, I'd appreciate that. Thank you for all the likes as well. And the polls. Okay, here we go. Indiana and Hearing Shit, they're the best team in college football. Sorry. Indiana and Hearing Shit Indiana ain't hearing shit. They're the best team in college football in Miami. Never seen the Hurricane like this since back in the 1980s. Yeah. Hey, you know what's going to get real loud too, which I'm going to just... that comparison now. I am telling you, LSU's doing laps around this Indiana Hoosiers team. I know not a lot of people are going to like that, but that's my thoughts on that. Is this Hoosier team, do not get me wrong, this Hoosier team is very good. But only time will tell, depending on how many players go to the draft. Go look at LSU's roster and how many players went to the draft that year. I think, now historically, from a historic standpoint, yes, they'd be historically, like record-wise, the greatest team of all time because they went 16-0. But you look at LSU's team that went 15-0, they would have gone 16-0 as well because they would have, if it was in the 12-team era, because they would have been sitting there after the bye, which there's a post that I liked that I need to pull up. Someone pulled up the what the bracket would have looked like in 2020. We should pull that up a little later. Same with the Bobrovsky fight, because there was a goalie fight. Hold on, let's go to the NHL. Maybe the NHL already has it. Yeah, here it is, baby. Look at this. Oh, boo. Okay, hold on. That's a 20-second ad. Um, there's been a little bit of action in the NHL. Again, when the football season ends, we're going to be full go on the NHL and college basketball, because I think right now. Oh, hello. Oh, yep. There's the replay of Mendoza getting his chops licked right there, and then the ref just walks right by him, doesn't consult him, nothing. I think the rule is if you fight as a goalie, I think you get kicked out of the game. I could be wrong. Whoop. Oh my gosh, this is so fun. Like, don't get me wrong, I love football, but dude, you can't beat this. You can't act tough in hockey. It's not a fake tough guy sport. Like, this is actually a real tough guy sport. There's no faking it. So glad ESPN had that queued up. But when the college football season's over, we're gonna cover the NHL and get closer. Like right now, I know the Avalanche are the best team. Like statistically, the Predators handed them their like fourth regular intermission, because there's regular time. No, what's the term I'm looking for? Because they've lost multiple games this year. Regulation, their fourth game in regulation, I believe, fourth or fifth. Like, look at this. When the Avalanche lose, they lose in overtime. See, look at that. 5 losses. 8 overtime losses. So they have lost they've lost 13 games, but only 5 of them have been in regulation. And then let's go over here to the league. Let's go just by losses. Hey, wouldn't you know, the second in line is Vegas, and they have double the losses that Colorado has. That's huge. Who's the losingest team? The Canucks. Hey, that doesn't shock me at all. That doesn't shock me at all one bit after getting rid of their guy. Okay, the Avs and the Canes, and then Tampa, Detroit. We'll look at that later. I don't know the standings. All I know is that the Avalanche are taking care of business, and they're playing really good hockey right now. But they can't peak too soon, because the President's Cup trophy is real. And you go look, I don't know how long it's been since. I mean, everybody talks about the Blackhawks when the Blackhawks won it, but the Blackhawks also won the President's Trophy on a shortened lockout season too, where they played 40 games. The farthest a President Cup trophy winner has gone in more recent memory is the Rangers. They got to the Eastern Conference Final, but Winnipeg got eliminated in the second round. The year before the last, in 23, the Bruins got eliminated in the first round to the Panthers as the 1 seed to the 8 seed. So, like, it's great the Avalanche are doing good, but they can't peak. They cannot peak too early, because the Avalanche, and I'm just going to say it's a hot button here, the Avalanche are doing no better than what Arizona's doing in college basketball. They are peaking at the wrong time, because it's great. You've beaten 5 or 6 top 10 teams. Phenomenal. That's great. You know when that matters? In March. It does not matter right now, because you know how many other teams have won that many and then gotten eliminated in March Madness? Damn near all of them. So, anyways, that's gonna be it, guys, on the short stream. I will catch you guys later. Thanks for being here. If you guys want to hop over to my main channel, I give my thoughts and reactions during commercial breaks. So if you guys want to stay tuned, you can come watch that. I'm going to end the stream, though. Let's go Underdogs, number 10 Miami. Oh, yeah, this game's not over one bit. This game is not over one bit. Right now, because Mendoza and the boys, it's 1st and 10. This is going to be the first play of the third quarter. Yep, run up the middle. And look at that. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? Miami's defensive line is getting after it. Yeah, this game ain't over. Not even in the slightest. If Miami can get Indiana off the field, turn around and kick a field goal or get points of any kind, they're back in this game. Miami, with how Miami's offense finished the first half, I know it was a missed field goal. They were doing the right thing, though. They were getting first downs that they hadn't gotten all game. Get Beck going, get things rolling. You score a touchdown, this thing's 10-7. Uh-oh, look at that. Mendoza sacked in the backfield. Look at that. Now it's third down. Indiana's already behind the chains. You already set that precedent and started off hot in this second half. So if you guys want to go watch me give thoughts and reactions during commercial breaks, hop over there for full screen. But other than that, I will catch you guys in another stream. Peace out. All right. So had to do that. Thank you guys for watching. Okay, we'll do that later. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. Still no. Okay. Well, I'll probably give a reaction later, but we'll keep things rolling here, and we will do. Stick back here. Yeah. Second half just started. Yeah. Miami face mask. Ooh. Okay, that takes all the momentum away. Okay, but see you guys during the. Oh well, yeah, yeah. That's a face mask. Yeah, that was a pretty brutal one. Yeah, no, the physicality of Miami. Okay, look, the Hoosiers have done. I mean, Miami has done awesome all year, and they've had a damn good season. They've been playing dirty as shit all game. So, anyways, spotted them 15. Nice job, guys. Spotted them 15. Man, but again, nothing. The running game, I'm telling you, if Miami can quit giving them free yards, they're back in this game. But anyways, I'll stop yapping. Be sure to hit that like button, guys, and I'll see you in a sec. Touchdown. I had to switch between some funny camera angles and stuff. Y'all saw me chilling. Okay. Wouldn't you know, just like I said, this game is not over. What's better? Yeah, yeah. You know, it's, there's the reflection, the light. Let's do without the glasses. But wouldn't you know, the second that a game seems out of reach, hello, this game was never out of reach. 10 points. 10 points is nothing. Like, now, if your quarterback has thrown for 3 interceptions, you're on your fourth string running back, okay, maybe. In those instances where we're in the third, fourth quarter, it's still, okay, a 2-possession game, but our offense hasn't done anything all day. Sure, because look at that. They've ran 50-plus plays, and we've only run 10. Okay, yeah, in those instances, yeah, okay. Game looks a little bit out of reach. But considering how, wouldn't you know, the last 2 drives for Miami have been a net positive. Look at this. We're sitting now, and it is 10-7, which, in fact, I didn't put that in the chat. Whoops. I didn't put that in the chat, that it is 10-7. I know it's 10-7 over here. Making sure it was 10-7 over there. But literally, I was talking about this. If you stop Indiana, stop them from their momentum of getting that opening drive, in the second half, from scoring a touchdown and turning this thing into a 17-0 game, you turn around, score a touchdown, and make this a 10-7 game, we have a ball game. Look at that. Fast forward after a huge run by Fletcher, it is now 10-7. So considering this, I think, hey, I think the running game is working for Miami now. And again, it's one of those things where tick, tick, tick. We just chip away, and then wouldn't you know, there's that big explosive run and it works. Now they're doing a season recap where they started 5-0, lost 2 of their next 3, and after that 2-game slide, the Louisville one and the SMU one, that is when everybody wrote off the Hurricanes, but little did we realize, hey, the Hurricanes were just in the back seat waiting for their chance. Yeah, and then here we are. Fletcher, huge run, makes it 10-7. But I think let's see where the remainder of this game goes, though. Because, there's Sebastian talking to Pat. I'm watching the Pat McAfee because these guys are hilarious. They're freaking hilarious. But yeah, wouldn't you know? Just like the comment said in my other stream, where it's like, hey, this game's still close. Let's root for the underdog. Wouldn't you know? Look at that. They've made it a game here. Now, the only thing that I'd be a little bit concerned about if I was an Indiana Hoosier fan is Becker on that punt came up a little wobbly. So that's a little concerning. Hopefully Becker's all right. But then the other thing to be concerned about a little bit for Indiana is Indiana has not had a successful drive since their touchdown drive, which in real time, over an hour ago. Well, I don't know about over. It's about 8 o'clock. Coming up to about an hour. Real time. So, all right, guys. I will see you guys next commercial break. Oh my gosh. Right when I'm talking about it, look. Yeah. Guess who starts off hot in the run game? Indy. Ain't that a joke? All right. All right, people. Let's get into it, shall we? Okay. Let's do... All right. So, let me catch up to speed. This is what you have missed in the first half and in the second half. Okay. Obviously, what has been something that people have been noticing and talking about in this whole game, ball control and time of possession. Right now, if you look at the stats, I think it favors right now. Let me come over here. Favors Indiana. 25 minutes. Look at this. Miami is going to get the ball, though, on the other end of this commercial break. But 25 minutes compared to 13 minutes. Indiana has retained full possession. Now, something that I'm noticing as we're about halfway through the third quarter. Let's talk about it a little bit. Body language. One thing that I have noticed is you look at Mendoza and you can tell after certain plays, whether it's a longer or something like this or an eye roll, you can tell something's going on because Miami has Mendoza rattled in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if it's smack talk or just the sheer physicality, because I'm going to be honest right now. Right now, the physicality level, I am still favoring the Hurricanes, because there hasn't been a play that I have seen yet. And again, I say yet. Let me go look something up. Where it's like, oh my gosh, look at that. There's your physical play for the Hurricanes. Let me look at some things here. Thomas. Let me look at some things here. Let me look at some things here. I'm looking. It was a Maradon. Is it Marador or Maradon? I'm trying not to butcher this. The Rose Bowl. Okay. Number... Mesidor. Okay. Mesidor. Okay. There was a play there where Mesidor single-handedly could have turned the tide of this whole game. It was one of the defensive pressures for the Hurricanes in the last play. Then it got the Hoosiers behind the chains. But the dude was literally crawling and leapt out with both hands and got a hand on Mendoza and almost stripped it for a fumble. Mendoza was able to retain possession. But, I mean, again, this front seven for the Hurricanes is getting after it, and it has stopped Indiana. Both offenses are struggling. I'm just going to say it right now. Both offenses have been playing pretty subpar. Here we go. Beck's going to throw a quick slant, tipped up, and incomplete, and we're already at another quick third down, because that was one other thing that I just wanted to talk about is Mesidor almost having a crucial turnover there. He already leads with 2 sacks, statistics-wise. But look at this. Third down, 0 for 7. Miami has another third down. Let's keep it here. Real quick. But then after this play, we will hop out. We're under 6 minutes. Beck over the middle. 0 for 8. 0 for 8, and they're going to have to punt the football again. They cannot shut the front door. Are they going for it? Why are you going for it in your own 20? Shut the front door. Hold on. Because I didn't see Tony come off the field. Okay, never mind. They're going to punt it. But, yeah, let me hop out of here. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, holy shit. That was it. That was the moment. That was the moment right there. What a play. What a play. Indiana just flipped this game on its head. Indiana just flipped this game on its head. They blocked the punt. Oh my gosh, look at this. It spiked. Dude, it's all the way almost to about 90%. Damn near 90%. It got up to 70%. And now it's back at 90. Dude, look at that. What was the... Kamara. It's Kamara that blocked it. Okay, here we go. Right. Oh, get that big paw up there. Dude. Oh my gosh. Yo, come on, dude. Okay, Kamara will never have to buy another meal in Bloomington, Indiana again. That block, okay, that turned the tide of the whole game. That turned the tide of the whole game. I don't know. Oh. Like, Miami's offense got to figure it out this next drive. I'll see you guys in a minute. The grit, to quote McAfee, the grit of the Miami Hurricanes is on full display right now. Okay, this game turned the second that Kamara had that blocked punt. And then right now, I mean, the momentum was sitting at an 89.4. Okay, let's round it up, even though technically we would round it down. So we were at about 90%. Miami has settled the waters a little bit, and now they're marching. Okay, another play, which it's not going to be shown here. Beck was trying to hit his tight end down the sideline, and there was a huge hit there on the sideline that jarred the ball loose, and then I think it set up a 3rd and long, which Miami ended up converting it because when you hit Tony and let him work, he starts to have a decent game. Daniels is also playing really well. He had a few catches on this recent drive that have. I should not be tired. I should not be tired. We are heading into the 4th quarter, and I'm freaking yawning. That should not be happening. But Daniels has had some crucial catches to extend the drive to keep things going. He had a big one earlier in this drive that did keep the momentum going and the first down. So, what looked like holy shit, here we go, because we had the big hit where the ball was jarred loose because dude was open. Beck put it on a dot, but then the free safety comes flying over the middle, jars the ball loose. Big hit, especially with that being about 2 plays after the blocked. You could feel the momentum. Okay, this is going Indiana's way. This is where the game turns. Miami has been able to settle into it, and now as we enter the 4th quarter, they are marching, and let's see if they can turn this. Where are they? Are they in the red zone? Yeah, they're in the red zone. Ball is going to be inside the 5. Ball is at the 3. Let's see if Fletcher can punch this thing in, guys. But right now it is 3rd and 1, 7-17. We got 15 minutes till we crown a national champ. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Okay, this is woo. Things are getting exciting here. Let me turn this down a little bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, let me something that I did not notice personally, but passing yards right now, Beck and Mendoza, wouldn't you guess it, are tied. Beck has 115. Mendoza has one more yard better than him at 116. Both are 12 for 20. I would not have guessed that coming into this game, and especially coming into the fourth quarter, considering how well and how successful Mendoza has been all season. I think one thing to notice is the running game is what has determined and set up where we are now. I mean, Black had a big run to start this drive for Indiana as we started the fourth quarter, and now Signetti called a timeout. I believe it's a 4th and 5 when we come back, but this is probably one of the biggest, 4th and 5, because the last play was a 3rd and 5, and that's what ESPN is saying the last play was a 3rd and 5. Fletcher, kind of like how I talked about. I said, okay, Miami's going to punch this into the end zone, make it 14-17, and then we're going to be 15 minutes away from crowning a national champion. Fletcher has had a phenomenal game so far with 2 rushing touchdowns in the game, and now let's just see where the remainder of this game goes. I'm pulling out a trick play. I wouldn't pull out the trick play yet. Like, if there's this is the play that you've been working on since the summer, I wouldn't pull it out just yet. But if I have something sneaky, like a double pass, maybe a double pass or something. I will say too, there was one play where he was looking for Cooper, and Cooper was looking around looking for the ball. I think Cooper knew where the ball was. I think he was just trying to bait O'Connor on a... Hold on. But I think I think O'Connor got away with a little bit of a hold there. But we'll see what this 4th and 5 play call is. I think we're going to have a good fourth quarter. But anyways, let's see what the play... let's keep it right here. Mendoza. Is that Becker? Back shoulder. Back shoulder to Becker. I was thinking, hey, let's do a double pass. Let's have Becker pass it to Black or somebody. Nope. We'll go back shoulder to Becker. Oh, good catch. And look, it was on O'Connor. Okay, all right. All right. Fernando Mendoza just had his moment. It's over. Ladies and germs, it's over. Indiana's winning the national championship. Fernando. No. That was an inspired run. That was a hell of a play. It was 4th and 4. No, 4th and 5. 4th and 5. Ball's at the 15. You can take the points, kick the field goal, or you can go for it. And after the play happened, it's like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. What has not been used all game? Mendoza's legs. How many rushing yards and rushing touchdowns has Mendoza had this season? A few. What is one thing that is overlooked and forgotten about in Mendoza's arsenal and in his tool bag? His legs. And so 4th and 5, draw play right up the middle, bounced off a couple, which was pretty cool, stayed on his feet and just dived for the end zone. And look at this. The Hoosiers are up. The Hoosiers are up, and they are up by whoops. Wrong button here. Look at that. Boom. Missing. Like right there, just the spin move, and dived into the end zone. Took a huge beating right there. Just the will to win, to stay on his feet, which I did see him collapse. Is it going to show him? Yeah, he fell over on the sideline here. Let's see. Like, whoa. It's all wobbly, and he fell over. And he's like, I'm all right. He goes to the, yeah, I did see that. They're talking about, let's see what happens. And comes out of that. But, dude, it was a damn, 2 plays. There are 2 plays that determined that whole drive. The Becker backside catch, and then, that was also on 4th and 5. So the backside grab 4th and 5 by Becker, which, by the way, could have kicked the field goal. And then the Mendoza run. People will, if Indiana wins this whole thing, that's what they're going to talk about, and that's what they're going to come back to, is the Mendoza run there. Hold on, let me bring up some stuff here. Let's go to Mendoza. Dude, Mendoza's had a pretty good game. And he has taken some licks. This game's been absolutely brutal. Oh, there he is. There's the photo, baby. Photo finish. Him diving into the end zone. Sweet. Oh, yeah, he got a shoulder right into the back. Yeah. Dude, hello. Do we have an athlete over here? You guys are going to love this photo. Look at this. This photo is so sick. That's such a sick photo. Somebody captured when he did his rollout jump pass on the sideline. It's like, oh, all right, dude. You go, dude. Okay, 24. Uh-oh. There goes Tony. Okay, 9 minutes left. 95%. Look at this. Look at this squiggly line here. Hey, you know how many times we've seen it be favored for one team and then switch at the end? That's happened before, too. All right, here we go. Yeah, this game ain't over. Not even a little bit. Okay. All right. All right. Let's get back into it, shall we, folks? Okay, let me pull up some things here. Whoops. Hey, would you know about any alma mater maybe who went to Aggie Field and hung out with Johnny Manziel? Any any takers? No. It was pretty funny to listen to both commentators kind of fumble over their words, literally and metaphorically, when it showed this particular alma mater person, because it's like, who is this? It's like, why do we all know who this person is? That is absolutely hilarious. That is absolutely freaking hilarious. Oh, that's a cool wallpaper. We could definitely use that as a wallpaper in in the post game reaction. Okay, we got ourselves a ball. Oh, I'm gonna need that one. Yoink! Give me that. Give me that. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm getting the post game reaction set up because there's parts of me that feel that this game. Oh damn! They already have the highlight up of Tony's touchdown. Oh, there's the big hit. Okay, well we gotta use that. Of course, we gotta use that. Let me do this. Put that there. No, but I'm laughing and I'm being funny because it's just funny. It's just funny. We all know people, and it's just funny. It's like, oh, so you are a professional gooner. Okay, all right. No shame. It's funny. It's funny. All right. Well, okay. So this past drive, let me get back into what we're actually talking about here. I'm looking at. Man, there are so many options here. This is freaking amazing. This is amazing. This has been a clean football game for the most part. Like, there haven't been any huge, like, wow turnover or something like that. Like, this has been the one, it wasn't a turnover, but it was a stop of some kind because it was the punt. It was the punt block that led to a touchdown. Okay. So here we go. It's 24-21. There's 6:37 to go. I was making my jokes, but the main point that I was trying to make here, other than as Pat would call, Miss Danger, other than those jokes, is 24-21. Miami marched down the field all the way, and then the true freshman who should be a senior in high school, Malachi Tony, marched halfway down the field, and Beck found him enough times where there was that slip screen out the flat, some missed tackles, and 7 points later, we got ourselves a ball game with 6 minutes to go. And here comes Mendoza and that Hoosier offense with 6:30 left. We're 6:30 away from crowning a national champion. This is starting to be a good fourth quarter. But stay tuned, guys. And I'll see you guys. I think next score wins, but if not that, I'll see you at the 2-minute timeout. Again, the other thing too, this is anybody's ball game, and I've said this from the beginning. This is anybody's ball game. Okay, let's talk about this one play. And I better start this off by talking about this play before we forget about it. But, okay, guess who had probably, well, we've already seen the block of the year. It was the pump block. But if we're talking from a, well, what's not statistical, I don't know, but from a managing, what's the word? Basically, the reason why we saw the block of the year, because nobody's going to talk about it. Omar Cooper just sealed the outside on Thomas, number 8, the linebacker, who, by the way, probably shouldn't be playing because he got the targeting call at the beginning of the game, but whatever. This officiating team has been let the boys play, let the boys play. Like, this has been a very physical game. This was a run play, draw to the outside, where Black nearly took it the distance. And you know who crashed down on his route to seal the outside? Omar. And that block to Thomas opened the outside for them to get the first down. To extend the drive, which now, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're on the 10. Let's go look. I could be wrong. Hold on. Pop it up here. Where is the ball? They are on the Miami 33. No, they're not on the Miami 33. They're closer. Okay, this needs to update. They're marching down the field. I guess they are at the Miami 33. Well, why does it feel? It feels like they're a hell of a lot closer. Which, look at this stat here, 95%. How crazy would it be if we get a fumble here and then Miami walks out of here with a game-winning touchdown? I don't know. This is crazy. This game has been fun. This game has been back and forth. I don't know what to say. This has been a phenomenal game. This game has been really good. But let's just see what happens here in the final 2 minutes. Miami not going away. This game's going to get really... Miami needs to get a stop. And then they need to get a quick turnaround. Put some points up on the board if they want to make this thing interesting. Anyways, hey, the Australian Open's going on right now. Didn't know it was sunny over there. But again, Australia is a day ahead. So Australia already knows who won this game. They're a day ahead. No, I say that jokingly. But let me know who you guys think's winning this game. As you guys can see, it's 24-21. Hoosiers, yeah, they're not at the 33. They're at the 22. See, I knew I wasn't seeing shit. I was on mute. Sorry. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Okay. This is for the game. This is for the game right here. There's a minute 42, and now Carson Beck gets the ball back. I don't think Indiana's getting the ball back. I think it's you score a touchdown, you win this game 28-7. Let's see how they do. Let's see how they do. Okay. Should we stay? You know what? Yeah, let's stay here. Why not? Let's stay here. Why not? Why not? We will stay right here. 27-21. Let's see who wins this ball game. Hello? Whoops. What are we doing? I agree. Okay. Hold on. Let me think. 27, right? We're gonna do a delay game here. Delay a game under 2 minutes. Minute 42 to go. All right. Let's play some football, shall we? Oh my gosh, I can barely even watch. Oh my. Oh, little flick of the wrist. Oh, that was bad. That was real bad. Okay, Beck. 2nd and 15. 2nd and 15. That Indiana defense is getting after it. See, he knows too. He's smart. He's just like, hey, let me pitch this. Let me get rid of this real quick. Let me just shuffle it out. Oh my gosh. Miami has been in this position before. Ole Miss was winning that game. Trinidad Chambliss took them all the way down the field and scored. Here we go, Miami. Oh, Daniels, you got to be looking at that. Oh, Beck just took a shot. They're going to do a roughing the passer. They're going to do a roughing the passer. They're going to spot him 15. Okay. Who hit him? Who got caught with his hand in the cookie jar? And boom. Landino? Is that Landino? Okay. Funny, because again, not saying I keep bringing it up, but I don't think it matters now. Thomas did the same thing to Mendoza on the second drive of the game. He didn't get ejected. Anyways, here comes Beck. Little drop down pass to Brown. Okay, first down there near the 50. There's a minute 25. Miami has no timeouts, so they need to hurry. Indiana has one timeout. I don't think Indiana would call a timeout. If Indiana calls a timeout, it's only to regroup after a big play. Oh, what a catch by Tony. Tony's pointing for a first down, but he's short like 4 yards. That is so funny. 2nd and 3. That's funny. That is unironically pretty hilarious. Back a quick out to Daniels. He can't get to the sideline. Clock is tick, 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 tick. 52 seconds. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. 52, 51, 50. Come on, boys. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Beep, 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 beep. Whistle. Yep, Indiana called their timeout. Hey, what did I say? I said they would call a timeout when momentum seems to be swinging Miami's way. And right now, I would say it is, considering, well, it is swinging their way, but like not, I don't know. like double-digit fourth quarter comebacks in the college football playoff era. Clemson defeating Bama in 2017, Alabama defeating Georgia in 2018, and Georgia defeating Ohio State in 2022. Clemson trailed by 10, Bama trailed by 10, and Georgia trailed by 14. Again, I said this at halftime. Dude, this game is not over. It is 10-0. If Miami gets a stop on defense and scores a touchdown, makes this 10-7, we have ourselves a ballgame. What did they do? They did just that. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. 50 seconds left to go. Here we go. Oh! That's it. Give me that. Probably unsportsmanlike conduct for taking off the helmet. This game's over. Hold on. Deadass. I am not lying. My brain was thinking, man, let's hope he doesn't put the ball in harm's way before he threw the ball, because I was thinking about Notre Dame and Penn State last year. I should have said it out loud. Beck. Okay, you want to know something though? In all the games, I've paused it multiple times, so there will be probably replay ability here. If they do call this back, which they wouldn't. But in all the games that Miami has lost, what has been that defining line? Louisville, SMU, this one, Beck's interceptions. And Beck turning the ball over. Which, that's how it is for every game. That is... Dude, I cannot... Okay, let's watch this one more time. So 51 seconds, 21-27. Here we go. Ugh. No freaking way. So it was, yep, it was an unsportsmanlike for taking off the helmet, yep. Dude, Marion didn't even know the ball was coming. And hold on. They're gonna call it. Or are they gonna have to snap it? They're gonna have to snap it one more time. I wonder how much... I don't think there's any smack talk going on. Oh, ball's at the 1. Oh, he got out. Okay. Okay, give me a little bit of time here. Let's reset some stuff. But wow. Damn. Okay, let me hold on. I want to say a joke real quick. This shows how, I mean, you gotta love Mendoza. This shows how much of kind of a loving goofball he is. So Signetti got interviewed, and what was Signetti talking about in his interview? Oh my gosh, our quarterback, no one would block for him. He kept getting hit out there. That's one thing we would need to clean up. We fast forward, we cut to Mendoza's interview. Who's he thanking? His wonderful lineman who had a perfect game. Like, it's just so, oh, it's funny. It makes me laugh a little bit because it's like, yeah, dude, you got rocked this game. Okay, let me get a couple more things queued up here. Let me do. Let me get some things queued up. Dude, IU, baby. IU. You know what? This was fun. This is real fun. What a year for IU. Seriously, and I'm not meaning that facetiously. I'm meaning it sincerely, wholeheartedly. Like, now, are they the greatest? No, No, they're not the greatest college football team of all time. No, that will be debated between Tebow's Gators, Burrow's Tigers, Ed Reed and Ray Lewis's Canes. Like with the amount, like the '01 Canes, everybody's going to talk about the '01 Canes. Who can be in that conversation? The 25 Hoosiers, they can be in that conversation, but time will tell. Considering, where's Surratt going to get drafted? Where's Becker going to get drafted? Where's Coogan going to get drafted? Where's Mendoza? We already know Mendoza is going one. Let's not kid ourselves. But there's a lot of, where's Aiden Fisher going to get drafted? If he even does get drafted, because you want to know something stupid? That's kind of stupid. Is the fact that linebackers, dude, or pawns, for example, as well too. I'm getting things queued up and ready to go here. But like linebackers, dude, linebackers get freaking overlooked like nobody's business in the NFL, and it's so bad. Like there are so many legendary linebackers that deserve to be in the NFL, like legendary college linebackers that never made it. Okay, let me get some things queued up here, people. Glad y'all are here. Let's get these things queued up. I'll watch the trophy presentation, and then we will start the stream after that. But I just wanted to make that quick joke that Coach Signetti over here is being like, good hell, can anybody block for my quarterback? He's getting killed out there. And then Mendoza's like, gotta give a shout out to my O-line. They played perfect. They didn't, but okay. It's fun goofball. Lovable story. Okay. All right. See you guys on the other side. That was. I didn't realize I didn't have this pre. Hold on, wait. So then, okay, then oh gosh, I've been moving too much crap. So then that means hold on. Where is? Oh, yep, there's that image. Whoops. Okay, then let's move. Oh no, wait, what? Did I accidentally crop this? Oh, I did. Whoops. Okay, this is. We're professionals around here, people. Okay, we're professionals. All right, go. Quit with the attitude. We're professionals around here. Okay, all right. Let's. We are going to. Hold on. Dude, I need to freaking use the freaking bathroom because I've been drinking so much water and soda for the last hour. Give me 2 more seconds, guys. Sorry I'm taking for freaking ever, but I'll be back. All right, they're doing the trophy presentation. Mendoza got the offensive MVP. Kamara got the defensive MVP. Hoosiers, Hurricanes. Who did you have? Question mark. Start the poll there. Okay. Ooh, hot take from Chris Fowler. In modern college football, you can go from 3-9, use the portal and get a great coach, and end up world champs. Hey, it's true. I mean, dude, one thing that cannot be ignored, and I mean, I'm kind of witness to it too because I saw this happen. Let me hold on. Let me. Nope, never mind. Is so. Let's take it back. Let's take it back to 2023. Okay, what was ASU's record in 2023? Ding, ding, ding. Not good. Okay, easy quiz. You guys passed it with flying colors. Great job. Now, you fast forward. What was their record in 2024 when they bring in a quarterback from Michigan State, Dillingham's second year with ASU? What was their record? Much better. 10-2. Get to the Peach Bowl. Win the Big 12. Much better season. Okay. Now, with their take on, okay, how can this and that and that and this? Yes, we live in a day and age now where... Why are they showing... Huh? Oh. Okay. Oh, that's why they're showing. So apparently his nephew was the one that got the game-winning. Sealed it. And the Hoosiers are national champions. No, what I was going to say was the... Are we... Oh, I think McAfee's broadcast is done. Done. It is done. Because if they're done, then Scott Van Pelt. Congrats to Mendoza. Congrats to him. No, Mendoza freaking deserves it, dude. Mendoza played phenomenal. Trying to see if there's anything else. The trophy run? Ooh, what's this? This is it's a cool little mini movie, little recap of the whole thing. The diving for the end zone, and then there goes Tony to put this thing back in 3 points, and then wow. Congratulations, Indiana. No, congrats indeed. No, I think. Well, okay. Sorry, back to it. I made a point forever ago in the stream, and then I've gotten distracted like 12 bajillion times. Sorry, people. Um, no, the idea and the thought behind you can build a team and build a roster. I think we are definitely in that day and age of college football, and I think, I mean, it goes and it shows that literally, does anybody remember? Hoosier fans probably do, and there's parts of me, and I say this jokingly because, we all turn into bandwagons. I mean, I even turned into a bigger bandwagon when ASU had their successful run last season. Um, does anybody remember when Penn State and Indiana played each other back in 2020? The Michael Penix play where he's extending in double overtime, and it's like, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if he necessarily won that. And a lot of people were talking about it, and there's a lot of controversy behind it and stuff. There's parts of me that wonder, how are those Hoosier fans feeling now? You know what I mean? All these years later. And parts of me, with just how college football is after Indiana lost to Notre Dame, I felt this way about Tennessee losing to Ohio State. I kind of felt this way about SMU losing to Penn State. I feel this way about, I mean, even this season with Tulane losing to Ole Miss or JMU to Oregon. Like, there's parts of me that thought, okay, you know what? There will be teams that get into the dance, and they get into the dance, and it's like, okay, cool. But there's going to be a difference between teams that get into the dance every single year versus teams that get into the dance and make some noise. And I think this year showed that, you know what, Indiana can make some noise. And I'm thinking that, I don't know, like I really thought after last year when Indiana lost to Notre Dame, I'm not going to, not going to sugarcoat it. I thought they were one of those teams that, yeah, they could probably make it here and there. It's not like they're going to go far. It's not like they're going to make big, significant changes to the roster or anything to be like a Clemson, like a Bama, like a Georgia, like, all these blue bloods before them, to be one of those teams that, yeah, okay, this team can win it all. This team can be one of those teams that win it all. Clearly foot and mouth about a year later when, hey, who has the last laugh? Signetti. Who wins? Signetti. You better Google him. Which, the fact that he says, I win, Google me, and then 2 years later he's winning a national championship, that's some gangster shit right there. Like, you can't even write a better script than that. Like, that is some, because who, I mean, shit, let's look at some teams that have been, I mean, I'm thinking about some long tenured coaches who's been with their program. I mean, Whittingham, he was with Utah forever before he went to Michigan. I'm thinking of, who's the dude? Oh my, Christ. Is it Gilchrist? The guy that's with Iowa. He's the longest tenure head coach now. Which, in fact, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Longest tenure college football coaches. Because, again, Ferentz, That's his name. And Mike Gundy, because Gundy was with Oklahoma. And then Troy Calhoun, too. You can't forget about the cadet schools, Troy Calhoun. But Mike Gundy got fired this year, and Kyle Whittingham is with Michigan. Oh, sorry. Let me show you. I think, I'm going to be honest, this isn't saying that Kirk Ferentz or Kyle Whittingham or Mike Gundy are any less coaches than Kirk Cignetti. But like, this is what's so crazy about college football is Cignetti in 2 years has done more than Ferentz and Whittingham have done their whole career. Like that is crazy. That is crazy to think about, and that is crazy when you word it like that, considering how good they are as coaches just in general. Like it's crazy, but that shows to me like what kind of, well, just where we are with college football. Where, yeah, you can be 2 years ago, back in 2023, they were 3-9, and then now 2 years later they win the national championship. Which, in fact, you want to know what I want to do for fun, guys? Let's go look at teams that were. Let's go rewind the clock back to 2023 standings. 2023. Okay, let's go look just because I want to do this for fun. Okay, Tulsa. Well, okay, hold on. These are AAC teams. Okay, let's go to the ACC first. That's the equivalent of Boston College winning the national championship. That's the equivalent of Miami, Virginia, or Virginia Tech winning the national championship. It's the equivalent to, I mean, you scroll down here to the Pac-12. Hey. Anybody notice this team right here? I went to a handful of these games. Yeah, I was there when they got dog-walked by Oregon in the first quarter. Because, hey, anybody know the name Bo Nix? But let's look at some other teams here. In the Big 12, this is the year TCU went on their phenomenal run. It's Iowa State going to the national championship, which, you know what? There's parts of me that felt like Iowa State had a team this year. They really did. But there were some, I mean, clearly not enough of a team. Like, I thought Iowa State and Kansas State were going to play in the Big 12 this year. That's just me. I thought they would have had a big year, but no. Look at that. 2-7 in conference play. 4-8 overall. Who did the Hoosiers? Oh, come on. Yeah, it's not going to show me. But who did the Hoosiers play? 23-24. Come on. Syracuse and Pitt. There we are. 3-9. That's as if Michigan State turned around and had a great year next year. Purdue, which, yeah, you look at Purdue and it's like Purdue's never winning the national championship. There we are. Woo, ASU, baby. 3-9. Back-to-back seasons at 3-9. This was Dillingham's first year, and then we saw what happened in the second year. Washington State. You know what would be fun, too? Okay. If we're playing fun story Fantasyland if we're going to play Fantasyland on college football, you want to know the next fun thing that should happen if we want to write a good story? Washington State or Oregon State should win the national championship next year. It's not going to happen. I know for a fact it's not going to happen. But how fun would that be? Where, hey, horse man with no country, or horse without a name, been through a desert on a horse with no name. Sorry, I was trying to make a joke here, but it's like, yeah, imagine a team that doesn't have a conference winning the national championship, which, I mean, Notre Dame could do that, but they haven't. But imagine how funny how funny that would be, where Washington State has finished the last handful of seasons hovering around 500. I think this year they went 6-6, but yeah, watch right after Mateer left, after Cam Ward left. This place seems to be a team that develops quarterbacks and gets them ready to go get big NIL money, big bucks, big coins. Watch them keep some of the guys together and then go on a hell of a run and win the national championship. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. And you know what? It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to try to predict that, considering 2 years ago, look at where Indiana was. But again, like Herb Street said, got to have a successful coach, and you got to use the portal. I mean, look at Vandy. We've seen how far Vandy has gotten in the last 2 years. Mississippi State and Arkansas are kind of still floating in the same boat. But, yeah, what we just saw would be the equivalent of Arkansas, Mississippi, South Carolina, Vanderbilt, Colorado with Dion, ASU, Stanford, Washington State, Purdue, no, or Michigan State. That'd be the equivalent. Or Cincinnati or Baylor. I mean, Baylor got Lagway. Everybody's going to be riding high on that. I'm not. I think Baylor's going to continue to do what Baylor has done. A lot of people were really high on Baylor this year. Personally, I wasn't. I think Sawyer Robinson is going to be pretty decent. He'll have a decent combine. He'll probably get drafted in the second round, but yeah. All right, people. Let's talk about the game, shall we? I haven't given very much thought about the game because I've kind of just been reacting to the fact of where we are with college football is that it's not a pay-to-win league as much as people want to specify it as, but I think it's definitely a culture-building league, and I think it's definitely a league where if you get the right pieces together, you are going to win. Because under that same breath, look at Texas Tech. You see how much money Texas Tech put into the portal, and you see how much Texas Tech, with Mahomes, because I think Mahomes donated some cash, which there is going to be a turnaround. Like, let me be fully transparent here. There is going to be a turnaround too, because a lot of people, as much as they're hitting the portal now, look alive because you want to know which team is going to be the Texas Tech of this next season. Kansas Jayhawks. And you want to know another team? I personally think too, the Utes as well. And why is that? Money. Like, if you want to look at it from a money point of view, it's no different, because the year before it was Ohio State. This year it was Texas Tech. Next year it's going to be Kansas or Utah, just depending on who you want to look at. But I think what Indiana has proven this season is that money can buy you championships, but at the same time, I don't think money does buy you championships. Because there's parts of me that think that when you tell the story of college football as a whole, something tells me that a lot of people are going to favor and talk more fondly on the Indiana team versus Ohio State last year. And that's not me showing Indiana bias. That's me talking about how, Ohio State did dog walk everybody in the college playoff, but Michigan fans are never going to let them live down. Hey, remember how you guys were favored by, I don't know, a bajillion points in your own place, and you lost to our third string quarterback, 13-10. Y'all remember that? Not try to, poke fun or bring up a sore subject for Buckeye fans, but I think when it goes without saying, people are going to remember how the 2 stars and the 3 stars, like Surratt here. Yeah, this dude, not on anybody's big board for recruiting. Nobody, he was not highly touted. He wasn't one of the top athletes. Nobody looked at him. Who are people looking at? They're looking at Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith and Jeremiah Love as well. Which, that's no discredit to those guys either, because, I mean, I've said it a handful of times. What I think we are in right now in college football is, I think right now we're in the Wild West of it for a little bit, where, you know what? Right now we're kind of in this weird, I mean, I can't even try to compare it to history where it's like we're in the Gilded Age, or we're in the like the Roman Empire age, or the fall of Constantinople and how that affects LeBron's like I don't know, like maybe the Roaring 20s, which I know that sounds so stupid to try to compare it to the 1920s, but there's parts of me that think when you look at the last few handful of national championships, let's go from TCU, Georgia to now. Look at how many new names and new faces have been there. Like, it's not like, okay, we're going to get Clemson and Bama, or Bama, Georgia, or Georgia, Ohio State, or it's been someone different every single time. And there's something that's telling me with, like, the NIL portal and stuff, not that, you get to buy your rings and buy your roster in the way of how, let's throw it back before NIL, and let's throw it back to the middle of like Saban's run with Bama. But it's like, I mean, he's talked about it where if you wanted to prove yourself, you would go to these top programs. If you wanted to prove yourself, you'd go play for Brian Kelly, and you'd go to Notre Dame. You'd go prove yourself to Chip Kelly, go play for Oregon during the Mariota days or after the Mariota days. You'd go play for, obviously, Coach Saban at Bama, Coach Meyer at Ohio State. Like, there was no, like, we knew who the best teams were. Bob Stoops with Oklahoma, and then also Lincoln Riley a little bit with Oklahoma too, because that transition and that switch, Sooner fans, we know it. It was a smooth, clean switch from one coach to the next. Like, he left, Stoops left Oklahoma in good hands. But, like, what I'm trying to say here, and the point that I'm trying to make, is that since that time, we have seen someone different just about every single year. And I think with what college football has turned into, and why I keep making that sentiment of, like, we are kind of in the Wild West, where there's no laws and no regulations, and we're kind of just, hey, maybe the best team win, because there's no rules and like there's no, not government, because that's such a weird, dumb word to use in college football, but just we're noticing that, hey, when you are Indiana, or you are Oregon, or Notre Dame, or Georgia Tech, or BYU, or Kansas, Iowa State, Penn State, whoever you are, hey, you know what? If we have enough of our boosters or our alumni who have money, who are like, yeah, you know what? I have an extra $200,000 laying around. You know what? We got a pretty decent 4-star here. Let's go pay him $400,000 for 3 months. Well, technically it'd be a year, but like from summer camp, because let's be real, one thing that's probably going to go away, and people have talked about it, spring ball. There is a hot theory out there that spring ball is going to go away, and that people are going to stop paying attention to spring ball because the transfer portal window opens around springtime, and so a lot of people are predicting that it's going to go away because, okay, cool, you play in the spring game, but then you realize, okay, I'm not going to be the starting quarterback, or I'm going to be third or fourth on the depth chart. I might as well go to a different school that will play me or give me the chance to go play. So that's one theory. Spoiler alert, breaking news that some people have collected is that spring ball is going to go away, and the only time that you really need to pay attention to college football is in the summer. But I think one thing that I want to say though is when you have alumni who can, again, fork over $400,000 to pay for an athlete for 6 months. There's parts of me that think, it doesn't matter how many stars this player has, they're going to go. They're going to go. Why would they not want to benefit themselves with, a $400,000 paycheck? And so when there's no rules and regulations and checks and balances to equal that out, it shows where, that makes sense that the best players on the field come from all different schools. Like, for example, there's parts of me that think, like, if the NIL was not as widespread as it is now, Malachi Tony would probably still be at Miami because it is Miami. Miami is a prestigious school when it comes to football. Like, they have had the history to be up there in conversations. But like, you look at if Tony isn't at Miami, he's probably at Ohio State. For hell's sakes, look at Bryce Underwood. Bryce Underwood's at Michigan. And I'm here to tell you, it's probably not because, Michigan wants to develop him. He was paid $19 million. No, 4. Sorry. His number is 19. But I think when, like, you look at Tony, you look at Bain Jr., you look at, who are some other standout athletes this season? Like, hell, even Isaiah Bond, after some of the phenomenal games he had at Bama, he decided to transfer out. But I think that we have come to a spot in college football where lots of me believe, like, these athletes that are just phenomenal on one team and just kind of the standout athlete. I'll compare it to Scatabo, for example, with Arizona State. There's parts of me that would believe, because he came from Sacramento State and the NIL probably definitely, involved his thought decision to go to Arizona State. There's parts of me that believe, like, if the NIL wasn't a thing, he's not going to ASU. For hell's sakes, there's reports that Sam Levitt's going to be QB1 at LSU, and he's going from ASU to LSU. You know who else goes from ASU to LSU? Jaden Daniels. Why? Because reportedly, ASU is a feeder school. If you ask anybody 5 years ago what ASU and other Pac-12 teams are, they're feeder schools. What was Indiana? A feeder school. To what teams? Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State. Why? Because Indiana is not as good as they're supposed to be, because Indiana is like Purdue, Maryland, Nebraska, a feeder school. But now, with the NIL collective and stuff, there's parts of me that think, like, we have come to the point where I think any team can compete if they have a decent enough roster. And I'm thinking that what used to be, Julio Jones is going to go to Bama. Deshaun Watson is going to go to Clemson. I'm trying to think. Manti Te'o is going to go to Notre Dame. And all these decisions and processes, we've noticed who was the Heisman winner and top 3 draft pick in recent memory? Travis Hunter. Where did Travis Hunter start his career? At Jackson State. And he followed his coach to Colorado. So I'm thinking players like him who have that talent, they're going to follow their coach. We're seeing it right now with Becht, and half of the Iowa State roster go to Penn State. But we are noticing that these star athletes, like the Mendozas, like the Travis Hunters, They're not going to those big school programs anymore. They're going to the smaller schools. And sorry, I had to take a swig. I think that's going to have probably a lasting impact on college football when it's all said and done. Because, yeah, if I think it was pretty evident that, you know what, hey, we're a team not full of 5-star athletes, but we have decent enough athletes to get a team here and build a team together that knows how to win and can learn how to win together. Which I loved how one of Saban's thoughts on 5-star and 4-star athletes, which maybe he's bullshitting and he knew they were 5 stars, but he's like, who made them 5 stars? Looking at that, and it's like, no, that is a hot take. Like, who's to say my comparison of why this player is a 5-star compared to another reporter or something? Like, we might look at which Mendoza, by the way, Mendoza not ranked, no stars. Cam Ward not ranked, no stars. These two are going to be back-to-back number 1 overall draft prospects. So, what do the national ratings really mean? You know what I mean? So, and that's not a negative connotation. That's just calling it how it is. Okay, so how did the game start? Okay, our first touchdown of the game was by our big boy here. This was after a tremendous effort by Becker to get it down on the goal line. Again, this game was physical. This game was dirty. Miami was getting after Mendoza what felt like the whole damn game. Dude had a bloody lip and all. Just the physicality and setting the tone by Miami definitely, started the game. And I think after what probably determined the rest of the game was after Miami let off the gas a little bit with physicality, that's where Indiana kind of came back and made this thing competitive. What else do I think was a big? I think Becker had a good game. One thing that can't be ignored is Tony and Fletcher. I think, and either Beck just was terrible today or Indiana's defense had no answer, because I don't know. Like, Tony played absolutely out of his mind. And I mean, with the run game and how the run game was for what felt like the whole game, eventually it broke loose, and Fletcher did have 2 touchdowns on this game, which that can't be ignored either. It wasn't. What I'm trying to say is, at one point in this game, and people are going to forget it. I forgot it till I remembered. At one point in this game, Beck and Mendoza in the second half, somewhere like in the first 10-ish minutes of the third quarter, both of them had the same amount of completions and the same amount of yards. It was like 110 or something like that. But then in the second half, that's when Mendoza had a better game. But it took till that drive where he's diving in the end zone to score a touchdown, because second half points and yards, you know who owned the second half until the Mendoza touchdown? Miami. And that's going to be forgot, and it's going to be, just one of those things lost in time when we look at the game and how the game played out, is everything switched for Indiana after that blocked punt. Like, if there is no blocked punt, there's parts of me that think there is no momentum that builds for Indiana to get to the point where Mendoza's diving like Superman into the end zone. Which, yeah, this one's going to be a fun one to look at. Like, Indiana Hoosier lore, I'm going to say this is probably going to be remembered forever and probably the greatest play in Hoosier football history forever. And again, 0-star athlete here. Overlooked. Could have been a walk-on at Miami. 0-star, whatever. Not an athlete. Doesn't know how to play football. Whatever. But, yeah. I think back to my point though on college football is I think right now when you look at refs wore blinders on the whole game, penalties everywhere, yet the refs lost their whistles. I love how you say that because you want to know something that wasn't called all game. Does anybody remember first two drives of the game where Thomas took a cheap shot on Mendoza, crown of the helmet, and didn't get ejected from the game? I mean, the refs let him play all game. There was no oh, this is bullshit. There was no horse shit call from the refs at all this whole game. In fact, this was probably, you look at this game, you look at some of the NFL games, or you look at, hell, let's rewind it back to the Sugar Bowl, shall we? With Ole Miss and Georgia. How many shots did Georgia get to try to make a miracle play on the last play of the game? You know, there were non-calls because that is how the whole game was. This game was going to be physical from the get-go, and the refs decided to hold their whistle because, I mean, if you'd done some backup research, this Big 12 crew that was on this game, to quote Pat McAfee, lets the boys play. So, if anything, what was horseshit calls was in favor of Miami, because I mean Miami got bailed out there at the very last drive with a roughing the passer. I mean he did hit him late, but there's 15 that you spotted against Indiana. Indiana ended up winning. Thomas's targeting call at the beginning of the game that wasn't called. There were also a lot of hand fighting between O'Connor. Dude, O'Connor was holding all day. You look at any of the deep passes that were thrown his way, he was holding Becker all night. He was holding Surratt all night. No call. They let a lot of hand fighting happen. This is what needs to happen. Let the refs sit in the stands then? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we need to blow the game and favor Miami because we're playing football out here? That's how I feel about the game. Dude, I was rooting for the Hurricanes in this game. Indiana deserves the win, but Mendoza didn't show me high caliber QB. Did you watch the second half? I guess we didn't watch the second half because the dude had perfect back shoulder placements. Did we look at the 4th and 5 catch by Becker on the sideline? Did we look at his touchdown run on 4th and 5, running over the linebacker and spinning into the end zone? Like, yeah, dude played like dog shit in the first half, but did we watch the second half? The dude turned it on in the fourth quarter. Both quarterbacks turned it on in the fourth quarter. Like this, kind of a snooze fest. Yeah. I don't know about you, dude. I don't know what game you watched, but go ahead and think that the refs blew this game, because I'm here to tell you they didn't. Because if the refs were going to blow this game, you know who's winning this game. Miami. Like, it's in Miami. Miami's the home team. This could have been an easy, we don't want LSU's run, Miami's run back in 2001. We don't want Bama. We don't want Florida State. We don't want any of these teams to be compared to this 2025 Hoosiers team. We don't want the Hoosiers to tie Yale and their 100-plus year record of going 16-0. We want that record to stay pure how it is. Fetch Coach Signetti. Fetch what the Hoosiers have done the last 2 years. Let's blow the game right here, right now. Like, dude, this whole game was physical. And if they're not going to call a holding in, like, the first half, they're not going to call a holding in the second half or roughing the passers or anything. Like, this was a dirty, grimy game, and we knew it from the get-go. Um, the refs who officiated this game also officiated the Texas A&M Miami game, which, by the way, was also a brutal freaking game. Um, but, you know, one thing that everybody's going to forget, wind conditions in that game. You know how many blocked field goals or missed field goals was in that game? We going to blame the refs on that one too? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Refs didn't blow it. Then what the hell was the ref wore blinders the whole game? What? You're backtracking your own statement here, dude. Refs wore blinders the whole game, penalties everywhere, yet the refs lost their whistles. Didn't say the refs blew it. What? Then what are you saying? Are you saying the refs had a good game, or are you saying the refs had a bad game? What? What are we talking about here? Because if we want to talk about the games being blown and terrible officiating, I mean, we can, and we can come at it from that approach. Because, yeah, I think the Ole Miss Georgia game was a little, a little dicey if you want to look at it that way. I think the Broncos Bills game was a little dicey. Texans Patriots game a little dicey. This game was a pretty clean game, all things considered. And I mean, yeah, you go look and you watch how many hand fighting possessions there were. I mean, dude, O'Connor, go watch the game. Whether it was O'Connor on Surratt or Decker, dude, he was holding people all game. Refs let him play, and that's just how the game was. And if you want to go ticky tacky, dude, how many times was Kamara held tonight by Miami's offensive line and they didn't call anything? Dude, freaking for hell's sakes, one of Mendoza, one of Mendoza's breakaway runs, literally Bain is being grabbed up around the neck by the tackle on one of Mendoza's scramble plays that he threw towards the sideline. Nothing was called. The refs stayed out of this game. All right, later. Peace out. I don't care. Get mad. Calling it how it is, dude. I mean, because if we want to talk about terrible officiating, let's talk about terrible officiating. Why would, I mean, I'm all for a good story, and yeah, it would seem a little sketchy that out of 100 and whatever some odd years, no team since Yale has gone 16-0, and okay, yeah, give Indiana the free win here, but I think there was no penalty in this game that determined the outcome of the rest of the game. There wasn't. If you watch the game, and if anything too, it's the Hoosiers getting bent over by the refs because false start. There hasn't been a false start all game, and we're sitting at 3rd and 2 or something, and then that or 2nd and 1, but then it gets backed up. And this was 2 plays later when Mendoza had the rushing touchdown, the gutsy rushing touchdown where he put the linebacker on his ass and did a spin move, diving towards the end zone. That whole drive got halted by the false start. And because of the false start that moved it back 5 yards, Black didn't get that first down, which led it to a 4th and 5, where you even ask and watch Signetti's post-game reaction with his thought process where put the kicker out there to kick the field goal. He didn't feel good about it, so he called a timeout and then drew up the quarterback draw, and then rest was history because Mendoza put it in the end zone. I mean, nobody wants to talk about that. I guess I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's football. Yeah, no, this... Yeah. Like if we want to talk about shoddy ref calling and this and that, let's let's go back to the first play. Well, first two drives of the game. How many late hits were on Mendoza? 0 calls. Just saying. If we want to look at it from that ref point of view, how many hits did Miami get on Mendoza before the refs buckled down? All right. Anyways, moving on. Here's who else had a big game. Fletcher, like I said, 2 rushing touchdowns. Fletcher and Tony kept the offense rolling for Miami because in the second half, slowly there, I think Beck lost his fastball. And there were a couple possessions too where, okay, they better get something going here or this thing's going to get away from them. Because after, I will give a lot of credit though, to Tony and Fletcher though, after Kamara's blocked field goal, this game seemed pretty much over. But they kept it within arm's reach. Perfect backdoor placement here. Back shoulder throw. This is going to, be on everybody's highlight reel when people are talking and assessing Mendoza, is the fact that he was able to put the ball where he needed to be. Safety's not making that play. Corner's not making that play. To anybody wondering about QB play and, being impressive and stuff, what'd you call it? High caliber play. What quarterback's making that throw? What quarterback's making that back shoulder throw? Clearly not Beck, because he threw the game with an interception. Not Gunnar Stockton. Not Dante Moore probably could, because Dante Moore had a few good throws this season. Trying to think who else can make that backdoor throw. Oh yeah, nobody is making that back shoulder throw, because it is one of, you ask any quarterback, it is one of the hardest throws. And a fade in the back of the end zone. What helps a fade route too is when your tight end or your receiver is as tall as Gronk. Okay. Alrighty. But we have Becker's phenomenal catcher. This was also on a 4th and 5 gutsy play called by Signetti to get them the first down. And then handful of plays later, that's where we have Superman putting on his cape, diving into the end zone for the touchdown. What else happened in this game? Yes. Okay, this play right here. And again, okay, we want to talk about the refs letting the boys play. What about this play right here? A little bit of roughing, unnecessary roughness on a defenseless receiver. I mean, you can look at it as a targeting or a headhunt play, even though there's no helmet to helmet here, but tight end didn't sustain possession when he caught this ball before Pons came in there and just lit his ass up. Again, this is football. I think when there are no calls like this, unless it's blatant, and I mean Saints against the Rams blatant, these calls shouldn't be made. And if they weren't made all game, they're not going to get called in the fourth quarter. All right. But yeah, after this play, yeah, Indiana had all the momentum, but this is the drive where Fletcher had his touchdown to kind of silence the noise. I believe it made it 17-14 in the game. Who else had a big game? The two-headed tandem. Yep, he had a big game. I don't know if let me double check. He might be, I think he has more time. Let me go look. I don't know if he's ready to go to the NFL. Does Messidor, oh no, he's a senior. Yep, no, he's gone. Yep. He's going to be high on some draft boards. And if he's not, wouldn't surprise me. Why? Because there is no evaluating defense. There's no, there's like the evaluation of defensive prospects are night and day between offensive guys. It is so it's blatant. If you go look at it, it's pretty blatant. I mean, like, how many dudes on Clemson's team or Notre Dame's team in 2020 and 2018, or just the linebacking crew of Clemson the years they won the national championships. Like, how many of those guys took actual reps in the NFL? None of them. You know, like, for example, Becker here. Becker is probably going to get a workout or two in the NFL, and then it's like, okay, great. Glad you're here. See you later. That phenomenal 6-game stretch you had since Thanksgiving, from Thanksgiving to the Big Ten championship game, and in the playoff, you catching a big touchdown in the Rose Bowl. Yeah, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Thanks for coming. See you later. Like, the prospects. Like, dude, look at this. Look at this. Okay, we just finished the season, which I get it. It's for clicks. We just finished this season. And who are we talking about? Coach Freeman in Notre Dame, Arch Manning in Texas, Texas Tech, and Gunnar Stockton with Georgia. Gunnar Stockton with Georgia, I get that, because in the same breath, as much as we're talking about Gunnar Stockton and Georgia, we should be talking about Trinidad as well, and Ole Miss, and him potentially getting another year in college football. But it just like, the Hoosiers just won it, and it's already like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Let's talk about these teams. And it's like, bro, they just won it an hour ago. Now, do I think the Hoosiers do exactly what they did this year? Absolutely not, because I think it just goes to show how special this senior group is with Mendoza. That's another thing too. I mean, you look at Ohio State's senior class and their group with, Sawyer, Henderson, Judkins, Will Howard, and all those guys. And then, like, you fast forward with all the guys that they lost in the draft. Like, I'm thinking the turnaround that Indiana is about to have is the same that Ohio State had this year. And, I mean, I've watched some games of Hoover at TCU. He's not the same as Mendoza. He's really not. And to expect the same amount of success, I mean, I think that's a pretty high standard. It's a high bar, and even now, whoa, I missed this comment over here. Hold on. Holy, nobody is going to classes in Indiana tomorrow. Probably not. They're probably gonna call it a day. What are we looking at here? No, but like freaking, yeah, we're already looking into next year. No, but Hoover, because that was some news that happened earlier in the month, that he hit the transfer portal from TCU and he's coming in. Like, I think it goes kind of without saying that a lot of success and a lot of reasons why there was a lot of success with Indiana this season was because of Mendoza. I mean, you even saw the reporter asking Coach Signetti how much Mendoza impacted this season, and he just laughed, because it's like, he's been the biggest point on why Indiana won the national championship this season. You look at, like, let's just roll through the recent years. Mendoza this year for Indiana. Will Howard's a decent quarterback. He really is. But you look at Will Howard and you look at the running back room that Ohio State had last year, and how phenomenal Smith was as a freshman. And I don't know how many How many NFL prospects on that defensive side of the football got drafted? Like, but yeah, with, again, the senior class Ohio State had last year. You go from 25, you go back to 24. Blake Corum. I guess we've forgotten how good Blake Corum is. I think Rams fans know how good Blake Corum is. But so that's Michigan in 24. And maybe sign stealing. I don't know. Maybe, don't talk about it. But maybe some sign stealing helps if you want to live under that rock and think that Michigan cheated its whole way there. Who won it in 22? Oh, my bad. And then Georgia, both Georgia's back-to-back years. Stetson Bennett, and historic defenses. And maybe the luck of a missed Ohio State kick. Okay. But you also have to put coaching into effect too, because Kirby Smart isn't a slouch. He isn't. Like, Kirby Smart and Georgia, they're going to be in the mix next year. And if you don't think that they're not going to compete and be at least third or fourth place at worst in the SEC, you're joking. You're joking, and clearly you haven't watched enough college football to know that Kirby Smart and Georgia, they're going to be a problem for years and years. And as much as we want to say, oh, the SEC can't compete, the SEC isn't as good, the SEC supremacy isn't real anymore, like how it was in years past, because the Hoosiers have become the third consecutive Big Ten team to win. You know who the SEC has gone through the last 2 years? Georgia. And then before Georgia, it was Bama. So as much as there's a lot of difference and shift of, okay, who wins the national championship, who's the best team still in the SEC? It's Georgia. And it's going to go through Georgia for the next little while, because I don't see it now. But unless Arch Manning can hit that gear with Sarkisian, I don't know if Texas can win it. And then Ty Simpson's going to go to the draft. Well, no, he said no. No, he's still going to the draft. It was Moore who said he was going to go to the draft, but then come back. And then I think even with the Big Ten too, like the Big Ten is still up for grabs because there's going to be a lot of turnover in the Big Ten with guys leaving this year for IU. And you know which team has the most quarterback experience coming back? Julian Sayin, and then also Dante Moore. So if Oregon and Ohio State meet up in the Big Ten championship game, don't be surprised. Don't be like, whoa, I never saw this coming. Texas will win it all next season. I know. I've seen that. I've seen those predictions. I've seen that everybody thinks that Texas, everybody's like, mark it right now. Texas and Oregon are playing in Vegas for the national championship. Well, if we're going to go by the metric of this season, UNLV will not be playing a home game in the national championship because it is in Vegas next year. I think if I were to be like, hey, early shots on who gets to the national championship next year, I mean, if we're looking, because again, we got to talk about the clicks and stuff. From this article and who's on this board right here, I'd be looking at Notre Dame and Georgia in the national championship. Because I think there's something to be said about, if Love comes back, because Carr's only going to get better. Carr is a decent quarterback. And the fact that, I mean, if you want to look at it from this point of view, if you want to look at Miami's loss as the reason why Notre Dame didn't get in, and that 3-point walk-off field goal, by the way. Well, I don't think it was the last. I think it was a game-winning field goal in the sense that I think there was 20 seconds left or something like that. But, if you want to look at it from that point of view of, we didn't get to the playoff because we lost to Miami. Just like how Texas looks and go, we didn't get to the playoff because we lost to Ohio State in week 1. If you want to look at it from that point of view, okay, sure. But there's something that tells me that you know, being left out of the dance, parts of me feel like Freeman has something in mind to get them there next year. And that this is if Love comes back, because Love is going to be a big factor on if they can get there, because dude was a Heisman finalist and dude had a hell of a season with his touchdowns and yards after contact and with how many explosive games that he has, which I've made videos covering it. But yeah, Carr's only going to get better. He's not a bad quarterback. And considering that Bear Bachmeier, Carr, Sayan, and all these other freshman quarterbacks had breakout years, watch out for BYU. Watch out for Notre Dame. Watch out for, who was another freshman quarterback that had a good year? Ohio State, because I think Julian Sain's going to get better. It's not like, oh, Julian Sain, you're the runner-up in the Big Ten championship game. Don't play good football again. You're done. You're done playing good football. Like, I think Julian Sain's going to be decent in the future. So yeah, don't be surprised if in 4 years from now, when Julian Sain's a senior, this whole thing's happening all over again. Where, you know, he's where Will Howard is. Where, you know, I'm a senior. This is my last game, and you know, we ride off in the sunset as champs. And then, I mean, if you want to be pretentious and an LSU fan, if you want to be an LSU fan, you can be like, "Okay, we got Lane Kiffin. We're ready, baby." Because yeah, even with the Lane Kiffins and the Coach DeBoers, I still think the SEC runs through Georgia. I know that might be a little bit of a controversial pick, but I still think it runs through them. Okay, now who else had a big game? I mean, obviously, Indiana secondary had a big game. They had the game-sealing interception. What else? Oh, yes, we did talk about Tony. But the fact that, I mean, Beck didn't have any big throws down the field. And the fact that Indiana probably saw something in the Ole Miss game footage where I think Miami were calling the same kind of plays that they did at the end of the Ole Miss game. I don't know. I could be wrong. But here's what we'll do. Guys. We will end the stream here, though, because it is... Whoa. Well, what's that all about? It is 10 o'clock. Well, it's not 10. It's actually 11. Let me see. Do we got anything else here? We're all rooting for the Hoosiers? Out of all 6 votes, rooting for the Hoosiers. All right. Yeah, sorry if it seemed like I got a little snippy today, guys. I just... One thing that infuriates me... Okay, I can't tell sarcasm half the time, too, in the chat. But, like, when people... And it's happened more than once in a few handful of streams. Wait a minute. Is when people come into the chat and, like, question, like, did you watch the game? No, clearly I didn't. I didn't watch the game. I haven't been streaming for 4 hours watching the game, giving a breakdown of the game every, commercial break. No, couldn't be me. Must have been the wind. Like, just pisses me the hell off because it's like, but again, I can't tell the sarcasm because it's through a chat. It's not actually, but because I don't know if it's rage baiting, which if it is, congrats, you won. But I mean, there was no blatant, but back to it, like there was no blatant ref calls or no calls or missed calls in this game that's like, wow, okay. Like how we look at the Bills-Broncos game and go, yep, that right there. If if you want to look at it from that point of view of the refs being why the Bills lost. But like, yeah, if you, which even hell, we got Joe Burrow coming out being like, hey, if you guys don't know what the difference between a catch and a no catch is, then that's up, to you guys, and that's your fault. Like, we're gonna fast forward here, and then we're gonna realize like there was no up around the neck holding call like how there was with the tackle in the Bills game. There was no PI call that spotted Indiana or Miami an extra 15 yards that turned into a touchdown. Like, Indiana literally blocked the field goal, took all momentum because Miami couldn't get anything going through the air, and they took all momentum of this game, but Fletcher kept them in it. There was no holding call or any face mask call, which if there was, because there was a face mask call on Black because someone did catch him around the side cage here. You know what ended up happening after they spotted Indiana up 15 yards? Miami's defense got a stop, and then they turned around and were able to capitalize and make this a ball game. Like, and even with the thought that I had of how you look at when Mendoza scored that touchdown, there was no false start call all game. There was a false start. It halted all momentum, moved them back. They couldn't convert the third or second down or whatever with the run by Black up the left side because, oh, wouldn't you know, Bain Jr. was right there to blow up the play. That then put Cignetti in that situation where it's like, shit, we got to go for here on 4th and 5. So, anyways, I'm going to quit yapping. I'm going to quit complaining. We're going to end the stream here, though. But I thank you guys for watching and listening. I just had to get that off my chest. That, like, it's like I do not see the game the same way a lot of people do. Like, I watch the game from a coaching perspective of how, hey, you know what? Indiana should probably go for this here on 4th down instead of, oh, they need to kick. They need the points. They need because when you look at momentum of how the momentum was of the game, Indiana scores a touchdown here, game's over. They're leading by 2 possessions. But Hoosiers defense couldn't stop Miami, and then Tony and the boys came back the other way. They came right back the other way. So, yeah, momentum was a huge thing in this game. Definitely historic. That's not to be ignored. I think, this was a big game. Definitely going to be a game for a lot of Hoosier fans to remember. And that defense, the Hoosiers defense, yeah, he better get drafted somewhere. It'd be a damn shame if he doesn't get drafted. Because, again, there are a lot, and only time will tell with some of these teams and stuff, considering how many players get drafted. I could see a conversation starting on, okay, is this Indiana team the best team of all time? No. Like, yeah, they're 16-0. Yes, they tied Yale, but I mean, the best team of all time. You're putting them up against some teams in the 90s that were Nebraska, the 01 Miami Hurricanes, the 19 LSU teams, Saban's Crimson Tides in the early 2010s. Like, I mean, no. Indiana's a damn good team, but you put this Indiana team against A.J. McCarron and Trent Richardson, Amari Cooper, I think Minka Fitzpatrick was on the defensive side, Reuben Foster. No. They're not winning. They're not winning those games. Like, it is because Cignetti was under the coaching wing of Saban on why this team is the way that it is. Which that's going to be another thing that just kind of gets forgotten and lost in the whole of this championship game is it's like, if there is no Saban, there is no Coach Signetti. Like, Signetti would have stayed. He would have stayed down at the smaller schools. Because wasn't it the Bama job that got him the JMU job? I could be wrong. I don't know. I'll have to double check my facts on that one. But like, you see what I mean? You can't compare, because it's like the standard. I'd even go as far out to say, let's throw, whether you want the 21 or the 22, you throw the 21 or the 22 Georgia Bulldogs against these Indiana Hoosiers. There's parts of me that think that Stetson Bennett and the boys get it done. Because, again, how many? 16? No, not 16. 6. Yeah, they had 6 or 7 players drafted in the first round on the defensive side of the football. Come on, you know what I mean? So that's my thoughts and opinions on if Indiana is one of the greatest all time. They are up there. They're in that conversation. But like, if we were to make the bracket, like if we were to do a 12-team bracket of the greatest college football teams of all time, the national championship ends up being 2019 LSU against 2021 Miami. 2001 Miami. Because the point that we all make and it all ends up getting to is, well, how many guys went and played in the NFL? That's what the argument always comes down to. Because there are parts of me, because Joe Burrow did it, there's parts of me that think, yeah, that LSU team with Burrow could beat Saban's 2010 teams. Because, you know what? Tua is not too shabby. He was not bad at all at Bama. And you know what? Hurts wasn't bad either. And so even if Tua was playing bad, he was anyways. Oh, wait. I'm a year off on that. But you see what I mean? Like, anyways. Enough rambling. Let's end the stream because it is late. It is super late. Gosh, it is super late, guys. Wow. Whoa. Hello. We're yeah, we're gonna end the stream here though. I'm glad you guys were here to hang out with me, listen to me rant and rave a little bit about college football. I think my closing thoughts on this national championship will be, though, that we have definitely, coming into this season, one thing that I thought about college football was, with Notre Dame getting a new roster, Ohio State getting a new roster, Beck leaving Georgia. We didn't know what Georgia would be. Quinn Ewers leaving Texas. Like, there were so many starters that were on last year's playoff teams. One thought that I had coming into the season, and I probably said it in one of my videos coming into the year, but I said, I distinctly remember having a feeling that I think anybody could win it this year. Like, I have a feeling that this could be a year where somebody different wins it, and I was leaning more towards, I got caught up in the hype, but I was more in the ACC weeds of predicting an ACC championship. A national championship. I was kind of falling into the hype of the Cade Klubnik, the Carson Beck Miami, the Castellano at Florida State. I was falling more into that hype, and even Haynes King. Go look at my Georgia Tech video. Like, I had a big feeling about the ACC this year. I thought the Big Ten was going to come down to Oregon. Like, I did think Oregon was going to go back to back. I was also in the weeds too on, okay, if anybody could win it this year. My long shot was Kansas State, because I was like, hell yeah, look at Avery Johnson, let's go, baby, because Um, him and Rocco Becht with Iowa State and just Big 12 teams. Like I was pretty high on them. But yeah, I had this feeling that anybody could win it this year. And with that, I'm gonna kind of carry that sentiment into the new season because next season starts now. Next season starts tomorrow, which whatever. But I think yeah, with where college football is as a whole, I think that until there are rules and regulations to the transfer portal and how many times a player can transfer, when they can transfer, where they transfer, and until there is rules on it, which everybody's talking about, Coach Saban being the commissioner. No, I think, parts of me think that where back in the day people would want to go play for Notre Dame, Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, I think that day and age is going to be gone for a while. And I've said it before in a stream where I said, you know what, if Wisconsin loaded up their roster like how Indiana and Texas Tech, and I mean next year Texas is probably going to load their roster up a little more. Indiana's going to try to reload. Look at Kansas, look at Utah. Look at still the big boys in Miami. If you don't think people are going to try to come play for Miami, you're out of your mind. Because look at who Miami has had at quarterback the last handful of seasons. Beck and Cam Ward. I don't remember who the quarterback was before Cam Ward. I don't. Sorry. No offense to... Wasn't Cam Ward there for 2 years? I can't remember off the top of my head. But like Oregon's going to be in the mix too. Because like it is just it's a melting pot. But what I'm trying to say here is... Oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Damn it. I always freaking do this. I always lose my freaking train of thought. Shit. Sorry, people. Hold on, let me gather it. Hold on. Shit. I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? Oh, okay. I was talking about Miami. With this playoff run that Miami had, if you don't think that it's going to bring recruits on board and help improve high schoolers, the portal, and players wanting to come play for Miami because they got to the national, you're out of your damn mind. You are out of your damn mind, because there's just the turnaround. There is the turnaround, and I think right now Miami knows who their next quarterback is. Beck's going to go to the draft. We know this. Beck's not coming back. Bro is unk status of all unk statuses. Hey, you know how many national championship Beck has? He has 2, because guess who was the backup to Bennett? Beck was. Okay? So, as far back as it feels like forever ago, with Georgia winning the national championship against Bama, Beck was on the sideline for that game. So, unk, you have hit your deadline. Goodbye. Go. You do not have any more. You do not have any more years. You and Pavia and Chambliss, go join each other in the QB class of 26. Goodbye. We do not want to see you. No, I say this jokingly, but I think Miami's going to keep it pretty close to the vest on who they have coming in. Could it be Sam Leavitt? Bro, I wouldn't be surprised. Even though there are reports that he's going to LSU. But I don't think it's been confirmed 1,000%. But I think, again, with some of my closing thoughts on college football and what this season was, is I think for the next, it might be the remainder of the 2020s, and I'm going to be damn old. I'm going to be freaking old when the 2020s end. But for 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, and 2030. So for the next 5 or 6 years of college football, there's parts of me, my ass is starting to hurt, which means I've been sitting here for freaking too long. My tailbone's hurting. I think that whoever, like, I don't think that, like, I don't think that we're gonna have rematches. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Indiana and Miami are gonna get back together and do a rematch. I mean, if the regular season plays out, maybe they might run into each other in the first round or in the second round. But like the national, no, not in the national championship. Michigan, Washington, Georgia, Bama, Bama. They haven't met in the national championship or the semifinal since 22. Who else? TCU. Notice how TCU hasn't gotten back to the dance. With a promising run to the national championship all those years ago. But like, you look at TCU, you look at Michigan, you look at Washington. Now, I think there is context to why Washington isn't where they are 3 years ago versus 3 years ago. And hey, wouldn't you know, it comes down to QB play. And it comes down to Michael Penix was a dog in college, and he was pretty good at throwing the football. And when you don't have a quarterback that can throw the football as good as he does, you don't go to the national championship. Seems like a pretty crazy foreign concept. But I think, but yeah, you haven't seen Washington back in the playoffs. You haven't seen SMU from last year with Jennings. You haven't seen the Pony Express back there. You haven't seen Penn State. You haven't seen ASU. And so there's parts of me that feel with college football that the day and age that we are in now, especially with the Hoosiers winning it, that, dude, it doesn't matter if, I mean, let's go look at some of the records. We'll end the stream here on this because I do need to end the stream. It is late. Okay. It doesn't matter if you are down here at the 5-win range or the 3-win range like Florida State, North Carolina, VT, Syracuse, Colorado, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, which I think Oklahoma State's going to get better. They have a pretty decent quarterback. And hey, no, I mean, I talked about it a little earlier. The quarterback and coach relationship is pretty important. So if you're bringing your guy from North Texas, there's parts of me that think the Cowboys are going to win more than one game this year. Hey, you bring in decent quarterback play. Okay, Florida State didn't have a phenomenal year this year, but it's more wins than they had last year. Okay, but I mean, I'm thinking, yeah, you could be Wisconsin. Oh, I didn't even mention it, but if Wisconsin, you go look at Wisconsin's schedule. Wisconsin had 6 ranked games this season. Wisconsin played Indiana, Ohio State, Oregon, and one of these 3, and then there was one other. Like, they had, I think it was Illinois. Yep, Illinois. And Washington. And Bama. Holy shit. So you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm discrediting them. I said 6. They had 7. They had 7 ranked matchups. If Wisconsin put as much effort into the portal and their roster, monetary wise, or just recruit wise, as Indiana did, or Ohio State, or Notre Dame, or any of these other teams, Wisconsin's in the playoffs with 3 losses. Because how can you can't punish a team that has lost 3 ranked games when Bama's a top 10 team, Ohio State's a top 10 team, Oregon's a top 10. You see what I mean? Like, I think the committee would favor that. Kind of like how if Florida had won 8 games or 9 games, I think Florida would have been favored to get in over JMU or Tulane because Yeah, there was one point in Florida's regular season when you looked at their games and schedule and who they played. How many of those games were ranked games? All of them. So, anyways, I'm gonna be done here rambling. But yeah, Penn State could turn it around, and I expect them to. Um, I made a joke where how fun would it be if one of these two teams without a conference, Oregon State, baby, give me Oregon State. But if one of these two teams win the national championship next year, total complete turnaround. Um, or I'd lean towards Auburn or Florida. I don't know. Ugh, LSU at 7-6. Hey, yikes! Remember when we thought they were going to win the national championship? Too soon, Brian. Ugh, yeah, Brian. But yeah, I think college football. I think we're going to have some different teams in the fight, different national champions, and I don't, I don't see it'd be real hard because there wasn't a back-to-back national champ until Georgia did it. I just, I don't, I don't see it going back to blue bloods and Ohio State, Bama, Georgia, Clemson, and those blue bloods that have been there before and were in there consistently, like Notre Dame. I don't see them doing that until it fizzles out, where 5-star players go back to their traditional teams. Um, Instead of being like Travis Hunter, where it's like, dude, I could play anywhere. I'm gonna go do what's best for me. Go follow my coach to Colorado. Go get paid there instead of getting paid probably a little less to go play for Bama or Miami or Ohio State. Because, yeah, if Coach Sanders wasn't going to Colorado, you know where Travis Hunter's going? Anywhere. He's going anywhere. Why? Because he was that level caliber player, type of player that could do that. But um, I'll leave on those thoughts, though. Great game tonight. Great game. I mean, since that punt, man, the punt changed the trajectory of the game. Mendoza played a good game there in the second half. Both teams put up a fight, which we like that because there have been some national championships in recent history where the dog's out of it. We're not going into the final 5 minutes of the game not knowing who's winning. Like, this went down to the wire. We haven't had a down to the wire national championship game in the last. Ohio State over Notre Dame. That game started to turn into a blowout. The Michigan game started to turn into a blowout. The TCU Georgia one was actually the closest football game yeah, not we haven't had a close national championship game since Georgia Bama. So yeah, this was a good game. But yeah, I think it's cool that Indiana won it. That was kind of a. I didn't think Indiana would win it. I will say that much, and I will own that. That I did not think that Indiana would win the national championship game, but we are seeing now that anybody can win it, and I kind of had that feeling, and it's kind of cool that, like, the feeling I had coming into this season is I think anybody could win it this year, and the fact that Signetti did it, it's cool. It's cool, and it shows that coaching is important. And if I'm going to make an early prediction, I know I sound like a stupid doofus. Parts of me think that Kirby Smart can get back there, but you got to have a good defense. As great as Fernando Mendoza was, you know what complimented him? The quarterback on the defensive side of the ball, Fisher or Kamara. Or, it complemented the offense. And you got to have a complete team, too. And I think that goes for whatever team it is. So we'll just see who the next national champion. I have no clue. And that is what is so crazy is how nobody thought Indiana was going to win the Big Ten or, the national championship. And they did. And I want to see, if we do know one thing, I think it's been consistent every single year. I don't think any unranked team has won the national championship. So again, if we want to, continue a fun Cinderella team where we have a complete turnaround, we win a national championship. If we want to hit that box of, okay, no team has ever gone unranked and won the national championship in the new playoff era, I'm going to tell you right now, Oregon State and Washington are not going to be ranked when the season starts. And so, how fun would that be? But yeah, let's just see. Let's just see. So there's that consistent. That if you're ranked in the top 25, you're winning the national championship. One of them. So we'll just see. Ohio State. No, Ohio State's not winning it next year. But anyways, I've rambled way too long. I thank you guys for hanging out with me. This was a long stream. This was a fun stream, but this was the national championship. Congratulations to Coach Signetti and the Indiana. No, I'm not going to yell. It's late, but congrats to the Hoosiers for winning the Natty. And let's. That signs me off for the college football season. This was a fun one. I think my biggest failed prediction, probably the Florida State one. But anyways, all right, guys, I'm going to end the stream here. We can look at some fun rights and wrongs and like who I predicted right and who I predicted wrong. We can do that later. But I thank you guys for hanging out with me this long. Let me get out of here. Hope you guys enjoy your night, and I'll see you guys in the next stream.